Well, hello. This is what we're looking at today. This is the list that we played last Monday, actually. I have been digging this list a lot, so I think that for now this is gonna be like my go-to list, to put it somehow. Um, I have definitely enjoyed having access to Ballista in the main. We have had, even on stream here, we had a couple of situations where Ballista was surprisingly relevant. Even though it's surprised me mostly because it's not a card that I feel like I have been missing lately, to be honest. Yet somehow we managed to run into multiple situations where Ballista was key in the same league. So that was definitely something worth considering. Ballista is just like a very flexible card, even though it's not the most efficient card, of course. It is for sure quite an efficient card, and maybe that in and of itself makes it worth a slot. Good morning, Saber. Um, but yeah, so that's what's up, and this is the list that we're going to be playing. I already did like decks on the list and stuff like that. So of course, if anybody has any questions, feel free to ask them in chat. But I think it's pretty straightforward. It's just a really nice and clean list, I think. Um, the latest addition, like what we tried the other day, was adding the Ghost Quarter back to the main deck, and I think that this has been just a fine switch. It opened up a sideboard slot, which I'm filling in with third explosives. I could consider other cards for sure. Maybe fourth path, maybe like second celestial purge, maybe what would be other considerations? That's probably like the only cards that I would consider for now. but but yeah, overall the list has been very good. Turn 4 Titan on the play. Okay. Skirtis, thank you for that Twitch Prime subscription. 5 months in a row. Holy crap. Thank you for the support. Really appreciate it. That is awesome. Opponent's mulliganing? No. Well, I guess we don't know yet. Hey, Malcolm, man. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks everybody for hanging out. What do we want to see here? Probably an Amulet would be our best draw. Steerings into Amulet, potentially. I think Polluted Delta. Either Shadow or Phoenix, I imagine. This hand is kind of horrendous against Shadow. Nothing. Solid draw. Um, yeah, that is fine. So next draw I'm playing Asusa instead of Relic now, so I can play around Stub. It is Shadow. No. Oh, so it's like Esper control maybe? Do I want to jam as... I think I do want to play Asusa actually. And I'm gonna play it like this so my opponent has less information about my hand, obviously. Esper or blue-black control? Field. Are you gonna field me? Because that would be great. Anything they destroy here, I really don't care about, really. Ooh, this is sweet. Unless they have also a push. No push. Alright, sweet. So I guess we... Ooh, oh, it's mill. Oh, where... Okay, we lose. Alright, I guess we lose then. What do we even have left? We're free to search because... I feel like I want to bog myself. And probably get Tolaria. Or maybe just get Bojuka Bog, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I can swing for 1 here down to 16, then from 13 next turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think I'll just get Bojuka Bog and just bog myself. Because even if my opponent has double the exiled 10, so maybe they can't kill me. They shouldn't have surgical, but they might have like the ancestral card. I don't like the sloth. I think it's worse than scout. Let me elaborate on that. I think the sloth is going to be better than scout against specifically burn. Because against burn, the 03 body is actually relevant. So it's going to be good against burn. And it's going to be good against stuff like... what's his name? Like black green X and stuff, where they would like kill your Asus on turn 1. They would kill your scout on turn 1. So that is the only 2 scenarios where I think that it's gonna be better than scout. Basically, where the 1/3 body is relevant, so like blocking Goblin Guides and Eidolons and blocking Bobs. To an extent, maybe against Phoenix, the 03 can block a Drake, like a big Drake or something. But in all the other situations, I think Scout is going to be better. Yeah, so the reason that I didn't get a second land, it's because right now I have a 2-turn clock thanks to the Sun Home. And by having 22 cards in my deck, I am playing around double Glimpse the Unthinkable. So that's why I didn't get the bounce land. So I can, as things stand, I am beating double Glimpse the Unthinkable. And if I had fetched the second bounce land, then I would deck before I beat it. So that is why. Starting up with one of our absolute worst matchups. Not great. Definitely going to combat first, and I'm not gonna fetch. Not gonna search with Titan. Maybe I shoot so I can get go get Pact of Negation, but I don't think that's gonna... Enabling an Archive Trap is just too much of a risk. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so I can't do both, so I need to do this here. Are they playing Cryptic Command? If they're playing Cryptic Command, this is kind of a blowout. They counterbounce, and then they stop my clock. That would be pretty brutal. Yeah, this is like the weirdest mill build that I have ever seen. And also if they have Surgical, that is like the ultimate blowout. Mill with Cryptic Command is so weird to me. It's kind of insane. Score this? No, because 3 mana on turn 3 is exactly what Scout enables, right? Unless you have like turn 1 like stuff into bounce, and that's a really solid draw. The only unfortunate thing is that if I want a pact, I will need to fetch, which sucks. Because I would otherwise die to Field of Ruin. So now if they drew exactly Arcab Trap in the last turn in a single land drop, then they are going to get me. But if they didn't, then we should be in a solid spot. So Simic Growth, Tolaria, and I think I don't care about this anymore, so I am simply going to fetch this, like bounce this, Bog, and we have lethal even after paying through for Pact. So we die to double mill spell, which is possible. They might have double mill spell. Yeah, it's extremely weird to me. Sure, that's a weird play. They are Dobbs. So they need to do something here. And I still have blue to pay for my pact. Like, how are they planning to, like, get me out of blue mana? Strange. Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, Square Mid, you're correct. Yeah, I could have tapped for mana in response. Yeah, that's actually a play that I missed. Great catch. Great catch. Yeah, I should have definitely done that. It gets me down 1 mana, but it gets me down a mana that I don't really care about. And my opponent, yeah, like my opponent being -1 land, it's actually kind of huge because they cannot cryptic tap draw, which is the only way that they don't lose next turn. So yeah, great catch, Square Mid. Great catch. I totally missed that, to be honest. Totally missed it. Damnation. Yeah, my opponent is playing the weirdest mill list I have ever seen in my life. Like, by far the weirdest mill list I've ever seen. We gotta destroy Scanta like ASAP. We can't really mess around with that. It's like my opponent is playing a control deck where like their clock is based off mill instead of being based off creatures. So there's still one prime time in the deck. No Hive Minds, no T-Wests. No cavern. Well, yes, cavern, I guess. There is actually no. There's no T-West because the T-West is in place. So I guess we need to find a bounce. Like, no, do we? How many packs do we have left? Wait a second. Are all the packs still in the deck? Sure looks like so. Crazy. Okay, so I'm basically just not playing around anything anymore at this point. So, float a green, Steerings. Hoping to find bounce. Well, there I go, my pacts. God damn it. We don't have the haste land, so I'm gonna leave the amulet in the deck. So put this top, 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 then this two. I guess we just pass. At least none of those cards were the actual Primeval Titan, so that is something. Opponent draws a card. Yeah, this is super bizarre. My opponent is playing the weird... Also, they are playing like a really weird list, and they just randomly found... They just randomly found 2 of their 4 archive traps in their opening hand, which is kind of hilarious. I mean, good for them, I guess. Yeah, the fact that we naturally drew that Ghost Squitter and we're able to deal with their search, it's kind of huge. Otherwise, our opponent would be drawing like 2 cards a turn, and there's no way we beat that. If they're drawing just 1, we could be fine. Also, I have no idea how we are like 4 minutes ahead. I guess they have been playing like absurdly slow for no reason. Or maybe they are really tanking and consider responding to this Kavita Crossroads trigger. Damnation and Cryptic Command. Multiple Cryptic Commands in my opponent's mill deck. It is honestly kind of hilarious. Okay, opponent finally lets it resolve. I know, right? Just like gaining 2 life, extremely relevant, I guess. Just don't find the... Please don't find the mill spell there. Okay, no mill spell. Alright. Visions from Beyond, they just cantrip. Okay. That Wajuki Bog was huge. Our opponent could have drawn so many cards otherwise. Gonna discard Cavern of Souls. Yeah, this is like this is the weirdest mill deck I have ever seen in my life. Creeping Tar Pit. Like, what is going on over there? What is going on my opponent's side? It's kind of insane. I don't know if it's great or if it's terrible. I'm trying to figure that out. Like, is Crossroads gonna be relevant because my opponent is trying to clock me with Creeping Tar Pit? Or is it gonna be worthless because they are playing 0-2s? I don't understand. Explain to me, opponent. What are you doing? So we're gonna add red, black, green. We're gonna lead on explosives on 3. So if my opponent does have a counter, they use it here. So I guess that we gotta leave in Colony Garden post board against this mill deck. Alright, sick. I guess I just jam, right? Like, every turn that goes by, things get worse for me. And I just die to Archive Trap. And I also kinda die to... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is there something that's relevant to get? Kalni Garden, I guess, if my opponent has another Liliana. And again, I think I'm going to be playing around. I'm gonna be playing around Glimpse the Unthinkable, even though I'm still not sure my opponent is playing the card. Okay. Just played against Infect for the first time. Decided to it's time to watch someone good play. Well, the Infect matchup is very, very bad for us, so don't feel bad about losing to Infect, because it's just terrible, so don't get discouraged by that. How's it going? I have a question for you, not Sakama no Harukasi 7. How about Lotus Cobra? Tap 2, why would you want Lotus Cobra? Whenever you're analyzing new cards, you always want to think about the cards that you're taking out, right? Like which cards that are quote unquote bad or at least worse are you taking out. So tell me which worse cards than Lotus Cobra you are taking out, and then we can figure out whether it's worth it or not. One Sakura, one Coalition. Well, I do think that Relic just ramps by itself without needing land, so I think the Relic is actually pretty great. And I think that we could play less scouts if you wanted to. Honestly, I don't think it's gonna be great, but I am down to be proven wrong. I always enjoy when people like prove me wrong, so if you want to test it out and you want to prove me wrong, I encourage you to do so. I just don't think it's better than Scout nor Relic. But I encourage you to do some testing and show me. Because of Surgical, I think I want to diversify on threats. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of, Saber. Just like playing more cards. 65. We can try something like this and see how it goes. My opponent is playing a hilarious mill deck. I don't think it's good. I mean, I think it's just worse than regular mill. They are mixing mill with control, and they are basically just doing two things wrong instead of doing something good. I think cover is criminally underplayed. I wish there was a good deck for it out there. I think it's definitely underplayed for sure. This hand is pretty good, by the way. I mean, it's not like insane or anything. It's just an okay hand. Now it's a great hand. Just look at that. Just look at that. Opponent spends 1 mana to draw a card. Crazy. I guess we play this. We can't pay for Logic Knot, but Es Retro, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Liliana? It is Liliana. If only these were the Kalni, we would be in a very, very good spot. Feels good, man. It just feels good, you know? It just feels good. It just feels good. I don't know what else to say. And I think I am fetching and I'm trying to go for my combo lens, of course. If they have if they mill me here, it's fine. And I think I want to protect this stronghold. No need for me to kill the Liana. Liana is almost like bad for our opponent right now. And can probably get Tolaria Kalni here, maybe. Which value land are we gonna get? Sure, Tolaria Kalni seems fine. Take 8. An opponent doesn't even have the Archive Trap. Sweet. Each player discards a card. Sure. Yeah, they just concede. Yeah. I think that if you want to play mill, you want to play mill, and if you want to play blue-black control, you probably want to play blue-black control. But playing like a hybrid between the two, I think that if our opponent were just playing blue-black control, or they were just playing mill, they would have had a much higher chance. I mean, if they were just playing mill, we would have for sure lost game 1, like not even a question. We would have definitely lost, and then like they tapped out for an irrelevant Liliana on turn 3, which. Of course, I drew beautifully. No, I mean, no questions there, but yeah. Dog Wave. I have been very happy with the list that I'm running today. But you can, don't take my word as gospel or anything. I think I'm gonna keep this. We just need to draw a Titan. I guess it is a threat. It's not like the most insane threat I've ever seen, but it's a threat. ¿Cómo va, Nigerian Prince? ¿Todo bien? I made them for a GP Sao Paulo with same 75 as you can sweet. Yeah, this 75 has been super solid for me. Phoenix, maybe? Sleight of hand. Storm, I guess. Sleight of hand suggests that we're playing against Storm, potentially. Huh. Any advice when I go to my first GP at the end of the year? High chance it will be modern. Any advice? The one that always makes a lot of sense to me, and that I honestly I went to like 2 GPs in my whole life, so I'm not that experienced. But what I would recommend is make sure you drink a lot of water, because like hydration is like a very very important thing. Oh, they're playing Phoenix. Spike Phoenix, I guess. So definitely hydration is very very important, and What else could I tell you? Probably just take it easy and have fun. Sounds kind of lame, but it's very real. Don't get upset by like a bad result or anything like that. If you do well, that's awesome. If you don't really do well, that's also awesome. Just have a good time. Um, like don't beat yourself up if you make mistakes and stuff like that. Especially if you're playing Amulet. Um, Having a good time, it's gonna be extremely relevant. Take 3. Soulscar Mage. Prime time would have been sick there. Steerings into T West. Sweet. Play this out, play Relic, and we are going to transmute for Summoner's Pact. And hope we don't die. I'm not playing out the Cavern because I don't need to show my opponent that I have more lands. Definitely leaving back 2 blockers for this Soulscar Mage. We might very easily die this turn though. So you see, have Vex through the stream. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, I guess watching streams and learning in order to like learn play patterns and whatnot, it's also a good idea, especially if you have like a limited play group, which can be a real concern. I guess they just have like triple lightning bolt. They do have triple lightning bolt. All right. I appreciate the no slower at least. Blue, red, green Phoenix with Soulscar mages and stuff. Definitely want this, guys. Probably want this. If this had been, I guess I could have killed the Phoenix that turn, but I don't think that we're winning that game anyway. Take out the Pact of Negation. Take out Ghost Squatter. They don't seem to be on Thing in the Ice, so I think I want to have access to Bailoff. And do we assume they have... I think I'm going to assume that they have Blood Moon. I'll just go with this. Well, Saber, that's like a solid start right there. That's a very good portion of the meta. Yikes. Yeah, I guess we keep this. And we bottom the explosives, I guess. Opponent also mulligans. Good for us. Soulscar Mage. Yeah, so the good thing is that if they like start going off with this guy, we can just path it. So that is cool. And if they don't, and we draw a Titan, we can play it on turn 3. Is Veloth better than Thragtusk in my experience? They are better in different situations. Like, against this deck, I'd rather have access to Tusk than to Veloth, for example. But against black-green X decks, basically against any deck that plays Liliana of the Veil, I would rather have access to Baloth than Tusk. Mutagenic growth there, dude. That's spicy. Okay. 6 damage is a little bit of a lot, so I'm gonna path. A little bit much more than I'm happy taking, so yeah, of course we draw we draw the Titan exactly, of course. I think I play out the Sun Home. Oh yeah, we can actually double strike next turn, maybe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, we cannot double strike. Never mind. So many Manamorphosis. Alpine Moon. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wow, that's brutal. Usually this card is extremely bad against us, but in this specific scenario, it's actually good. Specifically in this scenario, it's actually good. Become immense? Holy crap. Well, we win with any bounce land here. Does that one cut it? I don't think it does. One, two, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wow, that's insane. Wow. I still think it was worth pathing the guy when we did. Like, saving 6 damage is really a lot. If we had the prime time in hand, of course we wouldn't have had, because then just having a prime time in play is just so much better. But because we needed to draw exactly Primeval Titan, and we didn't. That is kind of sick. What happens here? Yeah, it just copies the same land. It copies the Alpine. I was not aware of this interaction, but yeah. It makes sense. Yeah, we're dead. Any other bounce land that was not a Simic would have won it there, and that's why I don't think Alpine Moon is a great card against us. But it lined up well against specifically our draw. Yeah, that's brutal. Just dead on board. Wow, that's a super interesting build that my opponent was playing. Yep, if we had drawn this instead of the Amulet, we would have won the game. Brutal. Crazy build. One of the things that I learned the last Open I played where playtime was to not play slow. I almost got a draw and lose a game because I did not only, Yes, but it's very real to... Usually I'm a very fast player, but sometimes that affects my play. So you want to be careful with that. You don't want playing fast to affect your play. And what I have found in Paper Magic is that you definitely want to politely encourage your opponent to play faster. You want to take your time to think through your plays, but if your opponent is like tanking for 1 minute on every turn, that's when you go to time. So especially like in the early turns where like the decisions are not, if there's like a cluttered board state, you definitely want to still encourage them to play faster, but like in the early turns when it's just like land drop go, you want to you usually want to say things like we should play faster if we want to finish this game or stuff like that. So it's not like you're playing slow, play faster because we're gonna go to time. Make it so it's both of you guys' fault, even though you're actually telling them. It's just more polite to do it that way, I guess. Playing against another 1-1 player. Yeah, just say things that would encourage both people to play faster. This draw seems a little bit clunky, but I think I'm gonna keep it anyway because it has a lot of very good things that could happen for us. First of all, Kalni, it's good at buying us time. If we're playing against something like Phoenix or Storm, then this card is irrelevant, but I guess against most decks, this is actually relevant. And that is a great draw, actually, because this allows us to steering someone. And here we're getting gemstone, I think. So we just really want to draw an amulet here. I think if we draw an amulet, we're in a great spot. If we draw a scout, that would also be nice. But gemstone mine allows me to play Kalni this turn, and then next turn play Azusa off of this, and make my land drops without having to go to discard. Sulfur Falls. So this is not Storm. Oh, it could be Twin. It could be Twin. No, it's not. It's just Phoenix with Sulfur Falls for whatever reason. Steerings into Amulet. Alright. So next turn we get to Susa. Hopefully they flip the thing this turn. Because that would allow us to get Kalni value, and it most likely taps them out. And next turn we can Susa into Coalition Relic. Sounds pretty good. Second thing in the ice. Okay, this is still fine though. I mean, it's not as fine as before, but it's probably still fine. Then flipping two things in the ice is it's slightly more concerning. There's the Metamorphose. So we can simply just like charge here, just have 6. Yeah, so they are very, very likely to flip this. Azusa dies, deal. Sick. Alright. So we get to prime time here. Green. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I can haste. I cannot transmute for 2 and then go on doing my thing. So since I cannot do that, Bodo's Garrison, Slayer's Stronghold. Guess they're really whiffed on land there. Do this. I guess we're gonna bounce the mine. Go to attacks. And here we're gonna get. Well, I guess we could have gained 4 life. Maybe that was better actually. Playing something else doesn't really matter on this spot. I guess that I can pact for Azusa in order to play more Kavita Crossroads and gain a couple more life. But this gives me up to 22, which I'm gonna be taking 14. So they would need to have triple lightning bolt in order to kill me. And then I kill them on the crackback by playing primetime. So I think that I'm in a fine spot. Unless my opponent has the absolute nuts. Yeah. And do I want to bounce this, or I think I just want to play the relic. Gives me 2 more mana for next turn. Has anybody got the ruling changes on packs? I need to link it every time I mess up on paper. What you should do is you should try to not mess up. Nah, I know it happens though. But yeah, you definitely want to practice so you don't mess it up basically, because it's trying to like get away with it. It's less good than Just saying. I don't think I really want to use this mana. I think I'd rather just not do anything and go to combat and force my opponent to do stuff. And then we can transmute for... We can replay the prime time. And then we can transmute for explosives on 2 and crack it. They're gonna get some snappy value, I guess. But yeah, we just play prime time, go get Simic Tolaria, play EE on 2, then play any land and just crack it. And then we win from there. We take 3. Yes. Simic Tolaria. Boom, boom, boom. Transmute. Engineered explosives. I guess we get to charge one of these, so might as well charge one of those. Do we though? I think it's better to just like have more lands in play, I guess. So black, white, explosives on 2. And then we're going to play out this Stronghold, I guess, which nets us more mana next turn because we can play a bounce land to play a second prime time. This is game though. You got a sleight of hand. You think we'll go inside? Foxy Potato? No. Basically, no. Basically, nothing that got spoiled is better than everything we got going on. That's how I feel about it so far. Granted, what we have going on is pretty damn good, so it's like basically the bar is very, very high, and none of the cards that have been spoiled so far get over that bar. So yeah, that is the reason. Blast Zone is one that I'm gonna be testing. I'm not sure that it's better than explosives. In fact, it's probably worse than explosives. But I will definitely test it. Blast Zone is the only one so far that is worth testing. All the other cards are just inferior to what we get going on. I don't think I would play it in the main. I don't think I would play it in the main. All of our other lands are better than that one. So I would not play it in the main deck. I would consider it in the sideboard. Probably like 2 explosives and one of those. This is an extremely interesting hand. I think I'm going to keep. It basically has interaction and it only needs a Primeval Titan. We got Blood Moon protection. It does seem. Oh, my opponent's going for the cheese. Come on. Hope it was worth it, opponent, because you just basically you could have flipped something actually relevant for you, but Guess I'll take it. I guess they're gonna surgical my amulets, which I would be very okay with. Yeah, I think that it's just worse than Primal Command, like the GG sorcery thing. I think it's just worse than Primal Command, honestly. Because Primal Command helps you catch up, right? We don't really have an issue with our late game. I don't know if you're aware, but our late game is pretty damn good. Look at me just like playing around Blood Moon like a boss. By not playing a bounce land on turn 2. Sure, you got a Crackling Drake. So blue. So now we get to transmute for Pact. This is pretty good. So blue and blue is going to give us transmute for Pact. Blue on 1. Then we're gonna play a land, play second relic, and we're gonna be able to path this Crackling Drake too. Sweet. So transmute. Summoner's Pact. Play this. Play second relic. Now the question is, do we want to path right now or do we want to wait? I think we want to wait. We're 100% pathing the Crackling Drake because it's just the fastest clock my opponent has. This Phoenix swinging for 3 a turn, it's probably not going to get there. That is a little bit more concerning. And I think I want to use my mana here, so I'm just going to path this now. Play an Amulet. I could cast Titan here. It doesn't really enable much though, because I'm not going to be able to bounce my bounce lands. I think I'm just going to pact for Sage and destroy the moon. Do I want to play out another bounce land before I do this? Probably I just want to play out the basic forest or the Vesuva copying. Vesuva copying basic forest maybe. Yeah, sure. Yeah, if they flip these Ascensions, we're in trouble. They left 2 cards on top. We are so dead. Opponent still trying to cheese. Ancient Grudge, sure. Classic Blood Moon Ancient Grudge combo deck. Classic. Wow, they really want to mill a Primeval Titan. Well, they finally found it. Even if they surgical prime time, we can still win. There's no explosives gone, so we can still find an explosives here. How do we pay? Well, we don't have double blue, so I guess that we pay like this. Explosives. Neat. And now we're gonna need a Primeval Titan. Can we please have a Primeval Titan? Come on, deck. I trust you. I trust you to show me the way. We are out of explosives, though, so that is relevant. Jace the Mind Sculptor, alright. Yeah, that Jace minus is the worst play my opponent has done the whole match. It makes literally no sense at all. No idea why they would not brainstorm. Oops. Just playing this out because they're gonna bounce it with the thing in the ice, and if they don't, then we get to clock the Jace somehow. Yeah, I think the Jace is fine for them to bring in. I think that the Jace minus on my Rex Age, when they have a 0-4, is just like strictly wrong. It's just wrong. And there's no way whatsoever to defend that play. Flashback looting. Second Phoenix to the yard. Take 6. Prime time? It's not a prime time. Yeah, well, honestly, it might be that our opponent is just like new to the matchup too. Which wouldn't surprise me. Blood Moon here? Yep. That's a good one. That's a good one. We can still draw Hornet Queen. No, we can't draw Hornet Queen because they just play any spell. Oh, actually, Hornet Queen is in the yard, so we literally cannot draw it. Alright, game 3. So opponent is on the Ascension, Ancient Grudge, Blood Moon, Jace plan, which is interesting to say the least. It's definitely interesting to say the least. I wonder if we want some number of negates. We might want the third explosives too. We might want to change our plans slightly in the face of so many in the face of so many. I think 2 is fine. We don't want to dilute our deck so much. We also have Purge to answer the whatnot, but negate might be relevant, especially if they are on the Jace plan, which I don't think I agree with. But you know, if they are doing that, maybe we can capitalize on it. Hive Mind seems still good though. All right, Saber. Have a good day. Nah, this negate is just like a little bit too situational. Let's just run it back again. Yeah, we probably need to mulligan this one. This one is a little bit better. OP mulls. Yeah, they also mulligan. I guess we keep this and we bottom Ghost Quarter. Because we're gonna be playing Mine, Steerings on 1, and then Simic on 2. Like Steerings again and Simic on 2. Unless we find exactly Amulet here. Relic or Basic Forest? I guess I like Relic. Well, but Hive Mind is a necessity, right? I think they just like thought Skyrim me is just like a really hopeful play. Well, I mean, we can already cast Path, but Relic is terrible if our opponent showed us Ancient Grudge. So that's why I'm like not particularly excited about Coalition Relic here. And I'm kind of excited about the Basic Forest because it gives us an out to Blood Moon that we can transmit for pack next turn. The problem if we do that is that we're gonna be lacking lands. So I guess I'm gonna get the Relic anyway. It feels pretty bad, but I think I'm gonna do that anyway. Nice. Steerings. Second Relic, sure. Bounce here. Looting. So I guess maybe they're missing land drops here. By the way, are there any decks you want to play for the nation stream sometime? I feel like as though I owe you after putting you through that during the video. Oh, classic, classic. Surgical my steerings after I have already used 2. Classic. Yeah, I mean whatever you want, Saber. I'm down for trying out new decks for sure. So if you want to see anything like any if you want, I can send you a list of options that I would like to play. If you think that would help you decide, I can send you like a list of decks that I love and that we could play. Yeah, we're probably gonna win this one. My opponent just whiffs on land drops for so long. Unless somehow they're playing like a 1 mana. Oh, they're trying. Alright, no cheese for you, opponent. Sorry. Although at this point they are so far behind that I think that is almost kind of worth it. So I don't fault them for that one in particular. But the other ones were just like, yikes. Hit on. Yep, still no cheese for you, opponent. Sorry. Listas con Serum. Las listas con Serum son buenas. A mí en este momento me está gustando mucho la lista que estoy jugando en este momento. Pero no me sorprendería si las listas con Serum andan muy bien. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we're short of hasting a Titan. I still think we play it. 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes. And they don't even have a Phoenix there. Yeah, sorry, opponent. Your deck is really not functioning right now. I still have a land drop to give, so I guess I bug them again and deny them. Like, if they want to surgical me, go ahead. Jetón es una referencia a Condorito, Jetón. Is my opponent gonna play a Blood Moon and put themselves dead on board? No, they're gonna beacon ball my prime time. Sweet, so I guess my other Titan is gonna kill them. So lucky. Yup. So lucky. Sorry. My opponent is complaining about how bad the lag was. Yuya Fushita, thank you for the follow. I know, right? They missed on their chance to kill like my one dude. I guess they did get my son home, so that's something. So I can't kill them right now. I guess I'm just gonna pact for another Titan, I guess. If they do have the surgical, they get to like do this in response to my pact. So I can simply just like Hornet Queen them or something. I don't have Pact of Negation. Like at this point, I'm just trying to like protect myself from like the 0.5%er. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Vesuva and like a basic forest or something. Bug them and destroy their beacon bolt. Yeah. Wacky B is not in the deck anymore. Sweet. Alright, so we beat Phoenix. Getón, podés hacer eso en ciertos matchups. O sea, no lo haría contra Phoenix, por ejemplo, pero podés sacarlo contra Jund, por ejemplo, podés sacar una. No sé si los 4, pero 2 o 3 amuletos podés sacar, cosas así. Lo sacás porque es un muy mal top deck en el mid to late game. Entonces, en matchups como Jund, justamente donde tienen Colagans Command y cartas de ese estilo que te hacen. Que básicamente te sacan un 2x1 por jugar artefactos. Podés sacarlos y haces que su Colorance Command sea un poco peor y no tenés el riesgo de robarlo en el late game. Sí, pero contra Grixis Shadow es más complicado porque el mazo de ellos es bastante más rápido y te castiga mucho mejor que Junt. Yeah, that first one was a mole for sure. This one is a very awkward keep, but I think it's a keep nonetheless. Bottom steerings. Turn 1, play Vesuva. Pass. It's kind of hilarious. Turn 3, we Scout plus Amulet, and then turn 4, we're gonna prime time, hopefully. Sí, el clock de Shadow es rapidísimo. Alright, so our opponent's on Tron. Play Simic out. Pass the turn. So unless we get turn 3 Karn, which is very likely, to be fair. Our opponent kept 7, and they're playing Tron with the new mulligan rules, so... Unless we get turn 3 Karn, we should be in a good spot. Expedition map. Yuya Fujita, yeah, so what I said is that you don't want to take out all of your amulets against Grixis Shadow. Okay, so we can actually, this is not a bad draw really. So we can steerings, hopefully find another amulet. No amulet, but that is fine. Find the T-West, which means that we can transmit for Pact of Negation later. And now we can play Amulet, and we can play Cavern on Scout. And play out Stacy. So it was nice that we drew an untapped green source. We could have also Vesuva my opponent's basic forest, but we might want to use Vesuva for something else later. See, power plant, an opponent taps out. That's actually an awful draw. Crap. Now we can't go squatter our opponent. I guess we can T-West, so that is something. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. That was kind of shitty, honestly. That we drew exactly go squatter there, so now we can't go squatter our opponent. I think we're gonna be in an okay spot anyway, but it's still very unfortunate for us. Garrison's Stronghold. Gonna haste here. Then bounce this, and now we're gonna swing, and we're gonna get 2 blue sources. Tolaria and Simic Growth. And we're gonna bounce the Cavern. And then we're gonna transmute for Pact of Negation. That's a turn. There you can see it. Yeah, that was so unlucky that we just naturally drew our Ghost Squatter there. That was kind of sad. Alright, we bring these guys in, we take these guys out, ramming up, yes please, and that's about it. But you can bog out, and what have I been taking out? Oh, the relic, yeah. We could also take out a second relic for Rex Sage. This is definitely a consideration. I have not been doing it on the draw, but I have been doing it on the play. I think that Sage is not amazing, but sometimes it's nice to have it as a one-off in your deck. So basically it's great if you can guarantee that you're not going to draw it. Because if that's the case, then it can bail you out in some situations where you can, like, your opponent preemptively plays a no stone, and then you get to blow it up. They kept 7 again. If this were an Azusa, I would keep this hand. This is definitely not an Azusa, so I'm gonna mulligan. This is so much worse. Keep. I'm gonna bottom this, and I guess we're gonna bottom this. Not amazing draws at all here. So we get to negate their Karn. Turn 3 Karn. Classic turn 3 Karn on the play. Susa, Simic Growth, Bounce, Gemstone, and we're trying to get lucky here. We're trying to draw exactly a Primeval Titan, so that's why I played the tapped source. Second card. Oh yeah, we're dead. If this is second card, we just die. Yep. Sweet. Opponent playing. Wow, we would have gotten there. That's crazy. Our opponent playing the 500 IQ deck. So here we transmute for bounce. I guess Simic Growth. And we play it out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we are going to hope that we draw an untap land. That is our plan. I'm holding the mind so I can stop my opponent's Karn plus. We have it's more likely for us to find an untapped source than it is for us to find another Titan. 500 IQ plays. Just draw card. Just draw Tron and Karns. Nice, nice. Sounds good. Sounds good. I don't like Tron, but when I see draws like that, I kind of like understand why people play Tron. It's just like they want to feel like a sense of like bullying their opponents, because like that game wasn't even close. Like at no point was that game ever close. We're gonna keep this and hope we get lucky. I think I'm gonna scout on one. And hope I hope I find another source or a bounce land for this. But there's definitely an argument for like Steerings on one or for Amulet on one. I think those are very defensible plays. I think I'm gonna go for Scout because it's the highest upside. They mold to 6, okay. So I'm gonna go for the highest upside play and then see what happens. Dismember? No. Steerings. We do find the bounce. We're gonna play the T-West and we're gonna pass the turn without attacking. Next turn we can play Amulet, play Asusa, and then play Primetime. Amulet. Play Asusa. It's nice that we even get to hold up negate. That's kind of sweet. Yeah, this is sweet. Summoner's Pact. Primeval Titan. Cast Primeval Titan. Bodos Garrison. I'm not playing around double Dismember. Wow, they have the double Dismember? That's crazy. I mean, at this point, I'm going for it, right? Like, there's no use in slowing myself down at this point. Oh, they just concede. Okay. All right, cool. We beat Tron. Good job not drawing the Ghost Quarter this time. Yep. I did great, right? Thank you, thank you. Yeah, this hand is pretty solid. So we get to Amulet on 1, Sneep. We get to Amulet on 1, then Amulet again on 2, and Steerings, and then Uncounterable Titan on turn 3. Hopefully, if we find the bounce line off of this. What did we lose to? We lost to like a Raga Phoenix list with like multiple mutagenic growths and like the 1-drops, so Swifties and the other guy, the other 1-drop with with prowess. I can't remember the name. And then they also had Becoming Mans and stuff. It was actually it was a pretty sweet list, honestly. Maximilian the Third, thank you for that resubscription. Welcome back to the Primetime Stronghold. Thank you so much. You are... We didn't have 5 subs today, did we? Soulscar Mage, yeah, that's the one. Yikes, I totally... Have we had 5 subs today? That's incredible. No, we didn't. We only had 1, so I guess I just forgot to update that. Sorry. Second subscriber of the day. There we go. Sweet. I really appreciate it. Thanks for the support. Yeah. We gotta find a bounce land here. Ding. We also make sure that we're not drawing the Boros, which is great. Are we gonna get turn 3 Karn? No turn 3 Karn. So I guess they're gonna be turn 3 dead then. Hey. We could also Asusa. Oh no, we can double prime time. Never mind. That seems so much better than Asusaing. It's just double prime time my opponent. Boom. Boom. Bounce this one. Prime time you. Yes. Tolaria. Simic. Any order is fine. Bounce this one. Backed. For Primeval Titan. Cast Primeval Titan. I just love how all the math works out with this deck. That is just so cool to me. It's such a happy coincidence. Like how Simic plus T-West gives you exactly 3 mana so you can transmute. How like Boros adds exactly red-white so you can activate Stronghold. It's just like all the math just works beautifully. It's awesome. It's really funny. I just feel like what Edgar said on the game podcast is it's so true. I just feel like there's just somebody in Wizards that has been working there for the past like 20 years, and they have been like slowly throwing in there, you know, a couple of like, yeah, well, why don't we guys create bounce lands? Yeah, let's create bounce lands. Yeah, that sounds like a great idea, man. Like, good job. And then like a couple of years later, yo guys, what if we create this land that we can transmute, you know? Yeah, and let's make pacts in the same set while we're at it. Yeah, dude, that sounds like a great idea. Yeah, let's do that. That sounds great. So this is the stronghold. Yeah, let's make like a land that will, you know, because this one's pretty new. This is like an Innistrad. Yeah, let's make a land that will give +2/+0 and haste to a creature. Yeah, that sounds like a great idea. Let's do it. Yeah, let's make it activate for red-white. Yeah, sounds great. Yeah, then the guy. The funny thing is like it really started back in the day, huh? Because the very first one is Summer Bloom. That's when the guy started creating the whole thing. That's when he started working it out. Oh, almost double strike the same one. I mean, it's not gonna matter. Like I have no idea why my opponent's making me go through this. Yeah, you take 32, dude. You take 32. Um, but yeah, just like the way that all the stuff just works out is just so sweet. My opponent could be playing, um, they could be playing E-Tron, and if they are playing a Tron, then the sideboarding is much different. But I'm going to assume that they are on mono green Tron because that's the most popular Tron. They are, I would say that they are very unlikely to be on mono blue Tron. They are very unlikely to be on mono blue Tron. I'm gonna put them like 65% on mono green Tron, 30% on Tron, and like 5%. Maybe that 30% is very generous, and they're like 80% on or 90% on mono green Tron. But yeah, funny enough that Summer Bloom was actually printed originally in, I think, Portal, which was like in the mid 90s or something, or like late 90s, and then they reprinted it in 8th edition or 9th edition, I don't remember, one of those, and that's when everything went to when everything went to hell. But yeah, I assume that this deck could only have started being a thing in here. This is the last like core card from the deck that or I don't know if that was M10, M11. Was M11? Wow, these don't have years. Was M11 before or after Dark Ascension? Whatever. So whichever one of those was the latest one, that's when the deck could when they finally got there. Basically, let's put it that way. Um, eesh. Not an incredible hand, but I guess it's a keep because it has like pretty high upside. Opponent. Turn 1 basic force. So I'm expecting a dismember for this poor little guy. No dismemberino. Yeah, okay, so then Dark Ascension is the one. And yeah, so I guess they were 90% on G-Tron. Sweet. So now we're gonna get to Amulet. And then I'm expecting Nature's Claim for sure. Oops. I made such a bad sequencing mistake here. Yeah, this was very poor. I should have activated first, and that should have been the Gemstone Mine, and then I should have done this. Yeah, wow, that was such a very bad sequencing mistake. Now they get to claim. Yep, they get to claim my Amulet, and I don't get to play out the Coalition. Like that was very, very poor sequencing on my part. Very poor sequencing on my part. Yeah, I was talking about how awesome Amulet is, and I forgot to actually play the game that's in front of me. So yeah, I think if I had been actually thinking about this, I would have I would have done the correct play, which was to activate Scout, play the mine off of the Scout, and then go from there. And then play the Simic Growth as my land for turn, which would have allowed me to prime time this turn. Now we might lose because of that mis-sequencing. That was very, very bad. That was very bad. At least there's no Tron, which is, I guess, good for us. So Peaches, if my... Yes, they could respond to the Scout activation, but they can't respond to my land drop. So that guarantees that I'm gonna get one Amulet trigger. Does that make sense? Putting a counter here and activating Scout Arena for sure. I think we should be okay anyway, but we could be like ridiculously far ahead here. One, two. So this is 6, so I can haste. If my opponent had an answer to this in this member, like they would need double dismember first of all, and second of all, they would have already answered my Scout probably, most likely I would even say. So I'm not gonna play around that. And also, I just made the same mistake. I should have activated the Scout to play this Forest, and then do this. White, red. Now I don't get to GQ. Which I could have if I had played Titan when I should have played Titan. But I am going to basically lock them out of the game by playing... I'm going to be able to transmute for Pact of Negation and then play Hive Mind, and that locks them out of the game. Or I can simply just like kill them with the prime time next turn. Yeah, so basically you don't regain priority after, like you don't give priority to your opponent after playing the land, so your opponent cannot respond to you playing lands, but they can respond to you having triggered abilities. So if we're playing a land like Boros Garrison, or like any land, okay, so we win, sweet. We're talking about any land that has an ETB trigger, or like Semi-Growth Chamber, Kavita Crossroads, Kalni, and stuff like that, they do mess you up, and you can't... Let me finish this game real quick, and then I will explain how that works out, because it's actually very important to you being proficient with the deck. So let's finish this off real quick. Take 12. There we go. So yeah, so your opponent cannot they cannot respond to you playing lands, but they can respond to triggered lands. Okay, I explained this in the intro deck, in the intro video. So all of these lands, all of your bounce lands, GQ, Kalni. And this one depending on what it copies, but all of these lands have ETB triggers, so your opponent can respond to these. These do not, so your opponent cannot respond to you playing this. So you usually want to sequence your lands, so you're playing one of these after you play your Azusa, just to make sure that you can get full value from Azusa before they get priority to kill her. Rebel Master, thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Vesuva, it's weird in that it depends on what it copies. So if Vesuva copies any of this, then it's going to have a trigger. If Vesuva copies any of this, then it will not have a trigger. Things get even trickier when you have Amulet in play, because Amulet gives a trigger to all of your ETB tap lands. So Tolaria West would not have a trigger, but with an Amulet play, it does have a trigger. So you want to have that into account. And same thing with Vesuva. Vesuva copying any of this would have a trigger anyway, but with an Amulet in play, Vesuva copying any land will give you a trigger. So your opponent will be able to respond to them, and they might kill your Azusa and mess up your turn. So yeah, so what we saw there, it was I was not punished for it, but it's like one of those like little percentage plays that you get better at the more that you play Amulet. I tend to usually like I was talking, so I kind of like didn't really think about it. It was my mistake, but I tend to usually just, when I know that I'm using all of my land drops, in general I tend to just activate Scout before I make my land drop. That's just like a muscle memory thing for me. Right here, of course, it didn't show, but but that's usually like the way that I do it. And yep, another 4-1 with this list. I don't think I have much to say besides the fact that this list is pretty damn sweet. We're gonna play we're gonna play one more league. I honestly don't think I want to change anything. But yeah, if you are new to the channel, my name is Francisco. We stream a lot of this in this channel. So if you enjoy Amulet content and modern or legacy content in general, particularly if it's toolbox style decks like this or Maverick in Legacy and stuff like that, then make sure you hit that follow button, so you can get notified whenever I go live. If you want to help support the channel, you can subscribe. You will get access to these two awesome emotes, and I actually need to work on a no bad matchups emote. I will talk to Cejas about it and see what he thinks, if he can make one for me. So you can get those two emotes as well as access to the sideboard guide. As I was saying, M2, thank you for that Twitch Prime subscription. Welcome back to the Primetime Stronghold. You are our third subscriber of the day. I appreciate it. So I guess that the plug is doing work. Bronze. Bronze, also thank you for the follow. Yeah, so I'm gonna write over the weekend. I'm gonna write. I already started writing it, but I still have like a kind of, I'm not even like halfway through. But I'm writing a cyber guide for this list, which I will make available to all my subscribers. So expect to receive that either over the weekend, or I think I'm just gonna release it next Monday on stream. So if you're a sub, make sure that you send me a whisper. Of course, I will remind you basically every stream, probably on multiple occasions about this. So that's fine. You will get access to the cyber guide. Don't worry about that as long as you're a sub, of course. If you want to join the Amulet Discord, that is the play. That is the link for you. If you want to check out previous streams on YouTube, you can check them out on that link over there. That's my YouTube channel. I always upload all of my streams and I timestamp them, so you can go straight to the matchup that you want to check out. If you want to follow me on Twitter, that's where you have to do it. At fpublishmtg, that's my Twitter handle. And finally, if you want to see your 75 played on stream, with any donation of $12 or more, I will play your deck of choice on stream through a league, and we will of course do like a debrief and stuff afterwards for sure. And B Temple, Baloth is there mostly for BG rather than Burn, to be honest with you. And so that's why it's there, because there's a lot of Baloth. Bronze, I saw it. We talked about it a little bit earlier. I don't think it's great. I think it's just worse than Tribe Scout. Unlike the second pack in the side, I turned it to Rurik Thar. I think Rurik Thar is unplayable right now. I don't think there's any matchup where I want to see Rurik Thar besides Storm, and Storm is not really a deck anymore, honestly. So I think that you should. I mean, you can do whatever you want. If you like Rurik Thar, you can do it. But if you're not going to play the second pact in the sideboard, which I think that if you're playing Hive Mind, you should, by the way. But if you still don't want to play second pact in the sideboard, that's perfectly fine. But I would not play Rurik Thar. You can play something else. Maybe even fourth path is better than Rurik Thar. Honestly, Rurik Thar is just not good. It's not a good card. Not a playable card in the current modern format. Also hard to cast. Hard to cast if you don't like change your mana base in order to make room for it. So you probably would want to be playing. If you really want to play Rurik Thar, which again I think it's wrong, then you can play like a basic forest. You can like take out a basic forest for like a grove or something. But that at that point you're just making your deck too much worse. I don't like that at all. Well, Lenny played. They played Tron, Mono Green Tron. Why is this not selected right now? Blue-white control? Why? Why would you select blue-white control? Moto, you're drunk. Okay. Actually gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Missed it. Well, do you think Sakama? I saw it in some list, and I'm actually not that impressed by it because it's terrible. That's why you're not impressed by it. It's unplayable. It's a terrible card, and you should not be playing it unless you expect your metagame to be like 30% wear. Then you should not be playing Sakama. Why do you have a list in the deck? Because I think it's defensible right now. Just having access to the flexibility, it has been okay for me. Adnos, most likely. LGS is a lot of burn and control. Well, Sakama is unplayable against burn, and it's bad against control. So yeah, Sakama. If you expect burn and control, you don't want to be playing Sakama. Okay, so it is Adnos. One card on top. Definitely want an Amulet on one. No Ferox is fine, yeah. If you're like concerned against like specifically black green and you don't feel the need to hedge against burn as well, I think that Ferox is actually better than Baloth against black green specifically. So if you want to, if that's what you want to target, then you can for sure play Ferox over the other guy. The bottom. I wonder how we sequence this coming turn. Like, do we want to steerings? Or do we just Vesuva copy their temple? That's a really bad draw. So what are we looking for? We're looking for... Second Amulet is something. Second Amulet is something that we're interested in. What is also something that we're interested in? Because I'm just trying to think before the Lotus Bloom comes off suspend. Because I feel like I'm going to be copying this Temple of Deceit that my opponent has over there in their underside of the I think this is hard. I think I'm going to play Steerings and Vesuva copying Temple of Deceit. Which means that I'm not going to be able to transmit for bounce land, but transmitting for bounce land is still very bad. Okay, so we are more likely to find a bounce land with this Vesuva than we are to find another amulet, so we're going to do this here. Bounce land? I don't think this changes things. I think I need to bottom this. If we find a bounce land, we most likely win. If we don't, we probably lose if my opponent has it, which I would expect them to. We already bottomed the blue pack, so we can't draw that one. Unlife. Yeah, that one's pretty bad. So I guess we set up for the following turn. We play this. Play Colony, Transmute. No. Yeah. I guess we play Colony, Transmute. It's gonna cost us our Gemstone Mine. I guess at that point we can play this Sun Home, I guess. And we go get Simic Growth. It's kind of shitty that we can't like go transmute for Pact. Transmitting for Pact or Explosives would be nice here. But we like need to find a bounce land, unfortunately. Next turn we can Titan though. We can Titan, but we cannot double strike. Never mind, we can, because we can double Titan. So are we dead? I guess we are. Unless my opponent's deck doesn't help them, we should be dead here. They just spoils for Ad Nauseam. Hopefully they exile their Wincons in the process. It is relevant that we might actually, if they like take more than 4 and they can't kill us here, somehow they cannot kill us. Yeah, I think they can kill us with this. They only exile 2 lands. Yeah, so they should be able to kill us. Not gonna concede for now, but I think that they got us. We needed them to whiff a little bit more. But because they were at 12 there, we could have actually double tightened, and we could have doubles. No, we couldn't have double stricken because we have the Sun Home in play. But if we could have done that, the way that Unlife works is we would have dealt 16 regular damage with first strike, which would have gotten them down to -4, and then we would have dealt them 16 poison. So we could have done that. My experience is that they usually don't overpay with Lightning Storm, but I always leave them the out to like messing up basically. Because I mean I don't know, maybe my opponent is like bad at the deck or something, so I might as well make them go through it, make sure that they know how their deck works. I don't really lose anything by doing so, right? I feel like I'm hopefully talking about relevant stuff to where, you know, people are not upset that I'm just letting my opponent, you know, show me the kill basically. But I think it's relevant to like explain how that actually works, because I think it's pretty interesting how Unlife works with double strike, and it's extremely relevant in this matchup specifically. That's like the dream when you're playing out Nauseam, right? When like your 2 Wincons are literally the bottom 2 cards of your deck. That has to be like the dream. That is exactly what you want every single game, for your 2 Wincons to be the bottom 2 cards of your deck. Okay. Lightning Storm, me. I'm gonna make sure I stop at 6 in. And then I auto yield to the Lightning Storm. Oh yeah, it's one of those things that could happen, you know? I guess they just like holding priority while they do this. Makes sense. Well, I guess you kind of have to hold priority, right? Man, this card is so weird. The art is kind of hilarious, like those dudes just like running away from the from, well, literally a lightning storm. It's like a battle going on. Cold snap, man. That set was something. I'm really sad that I was not around for like Cold Snap and particularly Time Spiral. Like the whole Time Spiral block is so sweet to me. Like it hits so many spots. It's just a set that just hits so many spots for me. I'm really sad that I was not around when that set was released. That I didn't get to like experience it firsthand. Two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They probably have more lands to send my way. Also, this is the only card in the history of Magic that gets counters while it's on the stack. Like, how hilarious is that? They literally get counters while it's on the stack. It's so funny. Yeah, like you literally need to know like so much about like the stack and stuff like that if you're playing with this card, because you need to actually say hold priority because I want to be activating the ability from my instant. So it's hilarious because you can Python Needle Lightning Storm because it's an activated ability that has like, you know, a cost, dot dot, and an effect, right? Double colon, I think is how you say that. So because of that, you actually need to say the words, I want to hold priority and I want to like activate this ability again. It's so hilarious to me. Okay, my opponent knows how their deck works, so I'm gonna concede. Just making sure. Just making sure. Alright, sideboarding. We want this. We don't want this. We want Pact of Negation. We don't want this. We don't want this. And we don't want Hive Minds. Yep. That is what we want. Yeah, the fact that you can Python Needle any instant is just so hilarious to me. Yeah, this hand is just not keepable. Not gonna cut it. Maybe this one's gonna cut it. Maybe doesn't sound likely, but it might be okay. This hand has potential at least. Like we have a plan. We just need to find one bounce land, and then we're gonna have enough mana to play a Titan. The bad thing is that Amulet does not really help this hand. But I think I'm gonna bottom the Stronghold and hope that we find a bounce land at some point. No, so basically with Hive Mind, yes, so they can't combo you out with Angel's Grace, but then like they can actually kill you with their pacts. if you're not prepared, they can kill you. So like if I don't have a black source and my opponent just like slaughter packs my scout, then I die. So yeah. Doesn't seem too great. They kept 7. Our mana is also okay. If we find negate or something like that, it might be fine. And yeah, of course, and the high mind kill is not a thing also because they like the same reason that they are playing their own pacts, right? They can just like Angel's Grace and not care about the high mind kill. So trying to go for the high mind kill, it's bad. Only reason to want to play the high mind kill against Ad Nauseam is if you suspect that they have that they are playing Unmoored Ego, and you want to like have a little bit more of a like a variety of win conditions. That is the only reason to want to play that. Definitely, we're gonna be playing out T West on turn 2. Lotus Bloom on suspend already. Scary. Vesuva will be a solid draw, actually. A land drop that can turn into a bounce land later on, and that will give us scry value. That would be kind of sick right now. Unfortunately, we do have quite a bit of bad draws, though. We have a lot of very good draws, and we have a lot of very bad draws, basically. Speaking of having bad draws, I guess we do play it out this turn, though. We're gonna play Cavern Giant and play out the Azusa. Starting next turn, we can start like serving, I guess. It's not great. Not loving it, but I mean, these are the cards that we were dealt. Cavern Giant. Like if they want to pack this, then I'm very much okay with this. Play this and F6. We do have a ton of bad draws here, though, which kind of sucks. I'm so jealous of all that scry value. So much scrying they got going on. So jealous. So jealous. I'm not liking our position right here. Not loving not loving our spot at all. Not loving our spot at all whatsoever. At this point, it's probably just too late. At this point, I don't think we have enough to come back. Unfortunately. Maybe if we draw exactly a Reclamation Sage and like they are planning on going off with Phyrexian Life, we might get away with something, but does not seem particularly likely. Just more opponents, turn 4 kills are going to be enough to kill me. Also, my opponent is egregiously slow. No idea why. Okay. If this resolves and we find a bounce land, we might have a chance. And we don't die, of course. That's a lot of ifs. That's a lot of ifs. But if all of those things happen, we might have a shot. Well, in fact, we probably win actually if all of those things happen. Let's say that my opponent is missing like one of their 2 pieces here, and we top deck exactly any bounce land, so we have 9 good draws. Then we can probably 6 mana, but we're gonna have like 5 land drops. So we're gonna have 6 mana, Titan, 4 land drops remaining. We can transmute, playing second Titan doesn't do anything for us. We can haste and we can like 20 my opponent, I guess. If I 20 my opponent, can I transmute? I think I can. 4. I get a bounce land. I play it uncounterable Titan. I get Boros plus. Yeah, so I guess I can 16 my opponent, and I can also transmute for Pact of Negation if I draw exactly bounce land here. Bounce land. Bounce land. Bounce land. Oh, they're just like upkeep. Like it's literally better. It's literally better for them to try to go for it on their turn, because I cannot Pact of Negation it. Like if I had Pact in my if my card in hand is a Pact of Negation, then I can actually cast it and try to get lucky here. Whereas on my opponent's turn, I cannot. So I think it's actually strictly better for our opponent to do this on their turn. But yeah, okay, so we die here. They have Hurkyl's Recall in their deck. Why, opponent? Why? Yeah, we're not getting there, unfortunately. Why would they have Hurkyl's Recall in their deck? Sweatpants, you're a bad person, man. Man or woman, I guess. I should not. Don't know if whether you are one or the other. So, apologize for that. But you're a sick person, yeah. Just like rejoicing on your opponent's sadness. I guess it feels great to rejoice on your opponent's sadness. So, Okay, what are we playing against? Humans. I actually think that I want to play this on 2. Usually against humans, 2 is the number that you want for explosives because of Meddling Mage and Kite Sail Freebooter. So I am going to preemptively play this out so I protect my explosives from the freebooter, exactly. It's possible that now I get punished because my opponent has like a bunch of 1-drops or a bunch of 3-drops as their cards. But I still think it's correct to preemptively play these explosives. Not bad at all, actually. This allows me to prime time next turn. Bouncing here, playing this out, and passing the turn. Yield until next end step. Unless they have the guy, the detention sphere guy, deputy of detention, or they have like main deck Knight of Autumn for whatever reason, then I should get it. 187 Annihilation. There will be this weekend. There will be this week. I am working currently on getting together a list for subs based on the list that I'm currently playing. So you will get access to it after today, basically. Okay, so this basically time walks me. Unless I draw a bounce. If I draw a bounce, I should be fine anyway. Because I can pact for Azusa. So I'm gonna kill this. I'm gonna take 4. Okay. Float green. Do nothing. Pass the turn. When does the second blue pact usually come in? It does come in when we want to play, when we're playing against decks where we want to naturally draw it, namely against like control decks and Tron. And it also comes in when we are like a little bit more heavy reliant on the high mind kill, like against against decks where we really want to kill. We're killing them with Hive Mind. It's more of a it's more important than killing them with this is great. Yeah, so I just kill their 2-drops. They are tapped out now, and I just kill their 2-drops, and my opponent can only get a Champion of the Parish. So I'm gonna get attacked for 5, and then I'm gonna get to prime time my opponent. So this is sweet. This is great for us. Thanks, opponent, for tapping out. Take 5. This is just fine. And now we have access to primetime mana. We primetime, we haste, and then we get Kalni Bojuka. Kalni Bojuka, Kalni Kavira, I was trying to say. Then let's assume that the worst case scenario happens and our opponent Reflector Mage is our prime time. Then what do we do? Alternatively, we can pact for a Susa as well. Does that do anything? We can 16 my opponent, but that's not enough to kill them. Yeah, I guess we just pact and hope, right? And I am not going to get to play a second one, so I think I'm going to use mana like this, so I have one more mana with the Collision Relic next turn. Yeah, paying for this pact makes it slightly awkward for us, and Reflector Mage would buy my opponent a lot of time. Uh, I think I do want to bounce this though. Attack, Kalni Crossroads. And if they have like Reflector Mage into Meddling Mage, then we are in a lot of trouble actually. Um, Second blue package is a new package. Yeah, that's you pro. I think that second blue packet is just a fine card. Bring my explosives. Bring Hornet Queen. Bring Pact of Negation out. Bog out. And High Minds out. I always like struggle trying to figure out whether I want Baloth or like something like Sage in the matchup. I don't think I want Sage, but Baloth is definitely a consideration. Yeah, Sweatpants. I'm definitely gonna try the EE land for sure. I'm not sure it's better than EE, but I am down to trying it for sure. I will be testing it as soon as it is released. Something like this. Thragtusk is way more defensible against humans. We could probably like trade a Swagtusk for this prime time because of the ETB, the out of play trigger, which is pretty good. But I don't think Baloth is worth it. I mean we're keeping this hand, yeah. Turn 1 Amulet into turn 2 Asusa plus multiple steerings. Ben's Love, honestly none. So far I have not seen anything relevant. EE land is the only thing that I'm willing to test. All the other cards just seem strictly worse than what we got already going on. It's not a great draw. Not really a great draw. White green? Oh. Okay, so they're just tapping white colorless, I guess. The O3 does not seem better than Scout. So we want to play out the Amulet. Then we want to play Sanctuary twice. I guess I can Steerings first. Yeah, so we find the second Sanctuary. I guess we could also get the Crossroads here, which should buy us some time. Yeah, I guess I kind of do like Crossroads here. And now we get another Sanctuary into play. Now we're gonna play Asusa, and now we're gonna play Crossroads plus Sanctuary and play the Coalition Relic as well. And we're charging Relic because if we draw Tolari West. So that's why I'd rather charge Relic than cast Steerings there. It's worse against, of course, freebooter, right? But I mean, it's whatever. Yeah, this is fine. I don't really care about this. Yeah, people get very easily excited. It's just like both the Discord and the Facebook group kind of like exploded with this guy. I'm like, guys, have you read Sakura Tribe Scout? Have you read Sakura Tribe Scout? It does this, but every turn. It's kind of hilarious to me. Yikes. The Whiffsky. Alright. So I guess we're gonna start like gaining some life or whatever. What I was thinking about the O3 is that it's only going to be better than Scout against specifically Burn, where blocking 2/2s is very relevant, and like probably Phoenix, where blocking like the flying dude is also kind of relevant, or blocking the crackling Drake. Link to the Maverick list. Yeah, give me a second. I uploaded the Maverick video from yesterday to YouTube, so if you want to check it out, you can do so for sure. Yeah, this is the Maverick disc Nauseam. Very excited for Horizons though, a lot of new playable cards are definitely gonna shake the format. It will be fun, I think. Maybe. There is definitely an argument for the O3. Yeah, I know. I just don't think it's a strong enough argument. What are the thoughts on Rossum Samuel Diaz with Sakura Tribe Elders? I don't ever want to see Elders in my Amulet lists. Definitely go watch that this evening. Yep, it's the latest video that I uploaded. I'm just learning Legacy, super fun format. Yes, Legacy is amazing. Big fan of the format. I guess they missed. Yikes, they missed on the attack, huh? I do think that we're still dead. Well, I guess that, yeah, we're not gonna get to gain 2 more life from this, so we are just simply going to pass the turn, and we're gonna chump the 7/7 and take 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So we die to like a lot of things here. We die to a lot of things. We die to another Reflector Mage. Do we? I think we die to this guy too. Oh, Thalia is fine. We don't die to Thalia. The O3 better against Reflector Mage. Yeah, I mean, you guys are stating facts here. I don't think they're relevant facts, but I guess you guys are stating facts. Classic never see a Primetime or Tolaria West in the top. What is it, like 14, 24 cards? Feels bad, man. Yeah, I'm just submit again. Yeah, and as I was saying, it's better against Goblin Guide. That is a fact. Yikes. Yikes. I guess I'm keeping this one, huh? What do we bottom? We bought Amulet, because Scout blocks. So we need a prime time, and yeah, I guess I'm gonna bot on this Scout. If they mage me on Amulet, they're gonna have a good time though. Ah, my opponent says BRB. Yes, the O3 is the future of Amulet. Just like Sakama. Sakama is the future of Amulet too. Future, past, and present. I think I would play the 3 mana Dino before I play the O3. Ooh, Deputy is actually a good one. Yeah, I guess. I mean, we have an answer to Deputy, so I'm not so concerned about Deputy. I do think that this is a keep, though. I'm convinced that this is a keep. And I will fight you if you don't think this is a keep. But, yeah. I guess that the best thing that we can draw here would be... What's the best thing we can draw? Celestial Sanctuary is the best thing we can draw. Also, this hand dies to Damping Sphere, right? Which is kind of sad. Ding, ding, ding. Prime time, please. I'll fight you, IRL. No Damp Sphere, okay? Humans opponents. Just don't play Damping Sphere. Probably have Melee Mage. Yep. We can path a Mage. Prime time. Prime time. Prime time. Prime time. Wars draw in the deck. That one is just overkill, right? We don't mess with that one. Worse than this? No, this one is a worse draw than Sunhome. Because now we can't haste. Now we cannot haste anymore. So this is definitely a worse draw than Sunhome. Because you don't need to double strike where you are attacking with 3/8/6 Vigilance Primeval Titans. Can tell you that. But yeah, this was a horrendous draw. Champion of the Parish resolves. Now what? Cycle Canopy? Okay. Phantasmal Image, copy Medley Mage probably? No. Copy Champion. That is kind of weird. Alright, can we get lucky, please? Preemptive explosives. If my opponent kills me, it's not impossible for them to swing for 20 this turn. If they do, they do. That's fine. But this gives me the out of, if I draw a prime time, I can crack explosives and win from there. If they draw a Meddling Mage, naming Primeval Titan, I have an answer. But I don't think I'm winning a game where... Okay, so they have Reflector Mage. Them having Mage is actually kind of brutal, to be honest. Another X-File. Yikes! Big yikes. So they play Reflector Mage, they bounce my Kalni token, they swing for 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it's, I guess, better for me to play out the Gemstone Mine instead of the Kalni token so I can kill this. Four, 8, 10. It's so sad that we didn't see a single Primeval Titan in the last 2 games. Phantasmal Image. I guess that is fine. I think Eon 2 was correct. Like, if they have Meddling Mage, we die. We could have E'd on 1 and killed my opponent's board, and then we just die to this Knight of Bottom. So, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They have lethal here with the Reflector Mage. Again, down to exactly 1. Yeah, I can't survive. Wow, just never see a Primeval Titan. Just never draw a Titan ever, I guess. That's brutal. That's brutal. No. It just wasn't happening. It just wasn't happening. Wow. That's insane. I mean, I guess Variant's gonna hit you sometimes. I think we played 2 routes reasonably well. We could have explosived on played explosives on 1, but then we were like behind on line drops, and it was kind of a mess. I do think that draw was a keep though. How much does the London Mulligan help this deck? It's not like the deck that benefits the most. But it is, let's say that the London Mulligan is not bad for this deck. It doesn't really help it considerably, but it also doesn't hurt it either. Are you going to MC London? No, unfortunately I am not. We're playing against Ponza. Are you? All right. I guess of all the draws that we could have had that are bad, this is our best bad draw. Let's put it that way. Definitely our best bad draw. This, play Relic, pass the turn. We do have Blood Moon Insurance at least. That's something. Like a lot of Blood Moon Insurance. I think the London Mulligan is fine. I think that right now, like, people are like overcorrecting a little bit. Like, they are just trying to stress test. Whoa. OP going deep. I think that people are playing decks that are bad because they are good with the London Mulligan. So when people go back to saying, "Oh yeah, I guess Cheerios is actually pretty bad. It just dies to Fatal Push and it whiffs some amount of the time." When people do that, then the London Mulligan will become much more fair. Same thing with Grisherbrand. Grisherbrand is just a bad deck. It's not good at all, and people are just like, again, stress testing it a little bit right now. I really don't want my opponent drawing cards. Why do I have the Collision Relic in the deck? Because it helps me against Blood Moon, it gives me mana when I don't have enough lands, it makes more hands that are borderline keepable. There's a lot of reasons, but yeah, I mean, of course, we're hitting the bad side of variance here, and we found three relics and not a single prime time. I'm very seriously considering a chump here, but I think I'm going to let my opponent draw one card. It's bad. In short, Milk Dud, it's not better than what we already have. You can have a basic planes. Prime time, please. Can we draw a Primeval Titan? Green. Then we're gonna add blue and blue here, which is our transmute mana. Steerings into Tolaria West. Okay, cool. I was getting worried for a second right there. I was getting worried. Okay, do we have a kill here? We have 3 land drops and a bunch of mana. So this is primetime mana already. So we have 6. We get Boros plus the thing we played once. Float mana. Played again. Float the other one. Yes, okay, so we actually have the kill here. It's gonna be a little bit weird, but I think it's pretty good that we didn't block with the Estus, because we otherwise would not have the kill right now. So let's play this. And green. Prime time. We have 2 land drops remaining. Bodos Garrison, Slayer Stronghold. Haste here. Bounce this. Replay. Bounce this one. Replay. Haste there again. And now we're going to get attack them. And we're going to get any bounce land plus Sun Home. We're gonna add red white from the relics. Red, white, double strike. Got him. There we go. Wusa, thank you for that Twitch Prime subscription. Welcome to the Prime Time Stronghold. I appreciate the support. enjoy your emotes, and send me a PM, and I will send you the guide when I finish it, which will be over this weekend for sure. Session for my league results. I was struggling to get 4-1 and hadn't 5 for a couple of weeks, but now it feels like I really am playing for the 5-0 at the end. Oh, nice, Nauseam. Interesting that you think that John has been so. Why do you think that is? Why do you think that John gets gets an improvement? I would in particular I would think because of people playing so much Tron that John would be even worse than it was before. Yeah, sorry, Magus of the Moon. Yeah, you're gonna have to respect the other people. I know that sucks, right? Wusa? Yeah, well, good, awesome. Glad to hear that I was able to pronounce it correctly. Okay, so we probably don't want Pact to Negation. We might want Butchiki, but we probably don't want Cavern of Souls though. I'm going to expect Negate to be reasonable in this matchup. I definitely don't want Hive Minds. And I guess I probably want Tracker, I probably want Excavator, and I might want Hornet Queen, though I'm not sure. We honestly have not seen much of my opponent's deck, to be honest, so I kind of not sure what to expect. Maybe I don't want Hornet Queen. I expect that they are on the mono game control that we are going to actually be playing soon. We're going to be playing it next week, I think, with the creator of the deck. So that should be cool. We're going to have a special stream with the creator of the mono game control. It should be a fun one. Well, Wusa kind of sounds like, you guys remember like a scary movie, like the first one, where it's like Scream that's talking on the phone with the guys and they're getting high, and then there's like what's up, what's up. That one hits me right in the childhood, huh? Okay, they kept 7. Is this hand good? It's reasonable. It's not great. And I'm gonna try to go out of my way to not play Bounce Land on turn 2. Okay. Amulet maybe? That's it, Tolaria West. Well, we can Ballista and we can kill the Arbor Elf. I'm kind of into it. Definitely happy trading this here. Dude, especially with no plays there. Alright, no plays for 2, it's kind of huge. It's kind of a problem with like the Gemstone Mine dying, so I can't really play this Coalition Relic here. So that's pretty bad, but with my opponent not playing anything on turn 2 there, I am very, very incentivized to do that there. Bounce Land? No, no Bounce Land. Do you care about this land dying? I feel like I kinda do care. I think I'm just gonna pass. Next turn we can play Azusa or Relic. Probably Azusa. Hopefully we find the Bounce Land. Bounce Land would be great. 26 legs, you got 20 more. I have no idea. What is... That's a good question. What is the difference between monkeys and apes? I always thought that apes were like bigger or something. But I'm kind of not sure. Okay, so we are 100% playing Coalition Relic here. Oran Viper doing work over there for my opponent. Yeah, you got it, you got it, you got it. Draw your cards. Alright, so my opponent's gonna have something going on here. Let's see what this is. If it's something that's very bad for us, we can negate it. Acidic Slime is not something we can negate, unfortunately. So I guess we're not negating it. My bad. They go after my basic forest. That is the last thing I expected my opponent to go after there. Green. 2, 3. Play another relic, I guess. Pass the turn. Opponent's gonna get to attack me for 4 and draw 2 more cards. Yikes. Oh. Not in a great spot over here. Like if my opponent has like double Nature's Claim or something, we're super dead. Yeah, opponent's deck is sick. I don't think that they can win like anything ever in Modern, but this game they're doing it. They just draw costless return. K return doesn't even kill the 1/3. Fire Spout would be, I guess, what I would love to draw, but even still. I kind of love this kind of decks though, when you're just getting wrecked, but you're not even upset about it. Cause like it's pretty sweet, like what my opponent has going on over here. So this is a science channel now. We're learning, okay? We're learning about the difference between apes and monkeys. I would imagine that Google would know the difference between those things. I'm not sure though. I You know what? Is this an ape? Is this an ape? Wow, Treat of Village is an ape. I never noticed that. That's interesting. That's an ape. Zombie ape. Okay. Now let's go after monkeys. Okay, so what's the difference between this guy and a Simian Spirit Guide or something? I guess monkeys are also cats. Is that what we're seeing here? Let's see the cards that I don't own. Whoops. So I guess that monkeys are like are smaller. Baboons. And then we have apes, which are like gorilla. A gorilla is an ape. So a gorilla is an ape, but it's not a monkey. Interesting. I didn't know that. My opponent is still like trying to figure out how to resolve their Oran Viper triggers, which is, I know, it's weird. And this is an apex predator. So oh, Goblin guy, we're talking History Channel today. Gargantuan Gorilla. What are these cards? These are great. Well, I totally thought this was the foil one. Look at this foiling process. That's so sexy. Ooh, ooh. hidden gibbons. Gibbons. Then we have silverback. So I guess the apes are bigger. Yeah, like this guy has a tail though. A gorilla with a tail is super weird though. This guy does not have a tail. This guy does not have a tail. So I guess a tail is a big difference between apes and monkeys. We're learning, we're learning. Okay. No tail. No tail. Okay, so I guess that the tail is the difference. So this is an ape. The two in the back are monkeys. This is always such a weird art. It's kind of hilarious. Oh my god. This is kind of great. Apex Hawks. Ape Warrior, 3 mana, 3/2. No tail. Yeah, that's with my group of friends. We were talking about that the other day. Like how much, like the old art is just so cool to me. Like Lightning Bolt, for example. Just look at this. This is just so badass. It's just such a good piece of art. I just love the fact that they were literally taken from like actual paintings. Just gonna send my opponent an "Are you there?" little quick. Okay, I guess they forgot that they were playing Magic or something. I send them an "Are you there?" and then they answer and they immediately get back into the game. Yeah, I guess we're also playing Magic here. I totally forgot for a second there. All right, untap land. Untap land. No daggers. Daggers. Play Crossroads, gain a couple life. Not worth playing Azusa. Unfortunately. We just gotta dodge one more turn when my opponent's drawing 3 cards a turn. No big deal. No biggie. Yeah, this is like a big ape. It's closer to an apex predator, I guess. The best kind of ape. Sweatpants, I'm so glad that you bring that up because we hadn't talked about this so far today. We hadn't talked about this so far, so that's cool. Yeah, this is definitely worth a negate. Yeah, so our opponent is definitely playing the mono green control deck. At some point, this kind of turned into an ape and monkey stream, so I don't think I can deny that really. Yeah, like green white, I guess. I guess this person is splashing white as well, which seems kind of weird. Like I would think they're just like playing untap land. Oh my god! All of this time. Definitely playing this out so my opponent gets tempted to use their Ghost Quarter. I guess they don't use their Ghost Quarter. Yeah, that's Kind of weird, but I'll take it. All right. Can we get 2 Primeval Titan mana once and for all? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We've been literally 1 mana off for the entire game. The entirety of this game has been me struggling to make it to the 6th mana. It's been pretty hilarious. What is the card not an ape? Is not a monkey? Is it an ape? It is a beast? Wow, that's so disappointing. Such a wasted opportunity. We could be, you know, further learning about the difference between apes and monkeys by using that card as an example, and it's not even worth doing that. Come on. I guess Ramunap would be kind of a sick rip here, too. Even if they do find a way to, like, oh, they're gonna promo command me. Yeah, they've drawn like a million cards. Whoa. Holy crap. My opponent is playing Resto and they missed on 2 damage for no reason, which is hilarious. Turn 1 Cavern on Beast will be a new modern staple. I mean, we're gonna take this. Like, now we know that I was gonna trade with this guy, but now that we know that I wanna make bounce land a good draw for myself right here. So I will need for this Azusa to survive now. Oh my god, this is just like the most tilting thing. Literally every turn this game, we could have been able to, like, untap source. That's what we needed the whole game. That was kind of funny. Okay, trying again. 1 second, there's somebody at the door. I'm back. You guys don't desperate, please. I'm back. Don't worry about it. We should be fine. We will be fine. I don't think I want to change anything. I just think I want to draw better. Can we draw better, deck? I guess this is drawing better. Turn 1 Amulet, turn 2 Relic, and then we get the option to see what we want to do. We can probably Steerings if we want to, or seems worth. Mouse of the Moody chat makes me uncomfortable. That's the best comment I've heard so far. Nice, GGX member. You made me laugh. Chose this stream to terrorize because it's really good fit with my name. Yep. I can confirm. I can confirm for sure. Asusa is not a bad draw. Now we get to like we get to play Asusa. And I guess I'm going to Simic. Okay, what's this? Are they gonna get it land tapped? Nice, F6 value. Just gonna play out the T West. Now that we know that this Asusa is not dying. And we're gonna do this. Bounce this, play Relic, pass the turn. It's definitely a cat. Sweatpants. I don't know. Like I'm doubting. Sorry about this. My wife is asking precisely about the package that just got here. So there we go. She was waiting for something, I guess. Ballista for 1? Unbeatable. Second Asusa, not great. Not gonna matter though. Okay, so my goal here is to not be stupid and actually, well, you know, just don't die to Damping Sphere. What could they have? They could have Damping Sphere at 3 mana. They could have is there a 3 mana green white LD card? Thermokarst? Wow, I'm going real deep here, but I guess I don't want to get Thermokarst. For people not aware, this is a card. Okay, how does our mana look? I don't think I want to double strike. I definitely want to haste though. So let's see how our mana situation looks. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. I could bounce and replay Gemstone. I kind of want to bounce this T-West though. I think I'm just going to make plays at random and I will probably get there. I think I'm going to win anyway. No, I wish it were modern legal. Unfortunately, it is not. Very sad. I'm just going to make plays at random because we are just like so absurdly far ahead that it doesn't matter. Yes, I could have played the steerings first. Try to find the second amulet, just like finish this game right now. So many things I could have done. But there's just no time. There's just no time. So many plays, so little time. I guess they can walk EB plus dismember my prime time. But that's okay, I already have another one here. I just can see it, sweet. Okay, sweet. I didn't have to think. Because I don't want to waste time thinking about, you know, the optimal place when I can use my time in a way more productive way by trying to figure out what the difference between an ape and a monkey is. That's where I want my brain cells to work, to do the work, you know? Before your Hulk on Ballista. That would have been interesting. Is some of the Titan just unplayable in Legacy? Maybe it would be fun to try. No, it's I tried. Trust me, I tried. It's not good. It's completely unplayable, which makes me very sad. JMD037, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I did try, but basically you cannot beat Wasteland, you cannot beat Price or Progress, and you very rarely can beat counter spells and like Swords to Plowshares. So basically, like, 85% of the format kills you, probably not where you want to go. Probably not where you want to be, I mean. The 1BB Stone Rain is actually legal. Today, minigun Stone Rain by weird opponent until he had none left with GQ Snake and a Suicide. Yeah, that's a combo. That is definitely a combo. Usually it doesn't quite work that way because they can simply just Python Needle your Ghost Quarter and then just stops you on your tracks. But when it does work, it's sweet. Especially because they're only playing like 1 or 2 basics, depending on the list. 1 or 2 basic islands. It's a good time though. Anytime you get to Ghost Quarter people out of the game, it's a good time. It's particularly delightful when you get to do it to a Tron player. Just because, you know, your Tron playing your Tron opponent's suffering is the best kind of suffering that you can experience. I guess any land makes this a turn 3 Titan. Hopefully we're playing against blue-white. Or maybe we're playing against Curious. But I'm only against the 5. I don't like my odds anymore. When opponents mulligan aggressively to 5, it means that we're playing against a deck where this is not gonna be enough, most likely. Uh-oh. Yeah, we're probably playing against Mono Red Prison. Ooh. Dredge? Wait a second, we can beat Dredge. Okay, land sequencing. Okay. Basic Mountain Dredge. Shriekhorn. Yeah. Woo. They did have the land. Okay, okay, we got a game. We got a game. Woo. Shiny Bloodghast. I love Moto. Okay, yeah, my opponent's 5-card hand was pretty freaking insane, honestly. They do have the conflag and they finally found a Dredger. Amulet of the top. Nope. Huh. We might be okay anyway. Right, that's a chill. They have a thug in hand. Please don't find an Archimedia. Cool, okay. If they conflag here, I think we're gonna be able to stabilize. This is not a foil animation, this is just a bug. It's a visual bug. Foil animations are definitely turned off. So you see the foil doesn't like move like this. But this one is not, you see? This one is a fine foil, this one is a messed up foil. Yeah, okay, so my opponent's draw was completely absurd. Yep. Yep. Just one turn too slow for us. So they get double thug plus salvage. So they're getting back one more amalgam. The good thing is now they don't get to conflag. We're at 14 though. They do play out the salvage. Das Movies, thank you for that Twitch Prime sub. Welcome to the Primetime Stronghold. Thank you for the support. Really appreciate So I think we trade with the ugly ghast. We take 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then we cast Prime Time and we get... we should be able to stabilize. And I'm doing this because my opponent, for whatever reason, played this pre-combat, which was a mistake. So now we can trade and we get to exile that Bloodghast. Prime Time, and we're gonna get Kalni plus Bog. My opponent's hand, I know, is 2 thugs. So now we get to block here, take 5, down to 2. Okay, they whiffed. Tricker might kill us. Their hand is double thug right here. Block here, down to 2. Can't transmute for explosives. Pact of Negation. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 mana, but I don't have red mana, so I cannot haste this Titan. Let's say I attack and I get bounce plus Kalni. I gain 2 up to 4. Then my opponent takes it. Then they attack with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's a lot of damage. I can't even bounce. Okay, let's see. Bounce plus transmute. So we do get a bounce plus gemstone mine. Wow, this is kind of crazy. Okay, so hang in there. We get bounce plus gemstone mine. I play the gems on the attack trigger. I play the gemstone mine for turn. I do blue colorless. I transmute for explosives, play it on 2, then I do 1, 2, 3, pact for Asusa, play bounce land, replay gemstone mine, play it out, and then I'm able to destroy all of my opponent's board and chump block with the Asusa, the Price Amalgam. I basically can't beat anything, but that seems like the only way that I survive. Because if I cast a Prime Time, what happens? I can gain 4 up to 6, and then I have 2 blockers. So they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I guess that's another option. Yeah, the new scout wouldn't be enough, sorry. Yeah. So I guess I can like cast the second Titan and block. So 6 mana. Prime time. I guess this is better because it sets up like a better play for the following turn. Simic Crossroads. And I can block this and this, so I will take 4. Yeah, so I guess that doing this is might be slightly better. I still die to Crip and Chill, which my opponent still has 2 off. Crip and Chill or Ghast plus Land are the 2 things that kill me. I guess that one doesn't kill me because I have the Pact. So that's cool. Narcomoeba is fine. What did my opponent do though? They dredge a Loam. Funny enough, we might just get there actually. Can flag for 2. Packed it. So opponent has no cards in hand. They're gonna get back 1 Amalgam. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's an Asusa. So I swing with 1 Titan, because that will get me Vesuva plus bounce. I need to bog them though, because they can loam the Bloodghast back, and that effectively kills me. So I guess I attack with 1 Titan, and I get bounce plus Vesuva. I can gain 2. I have 1, 2 blockers. 1, 2 blockers, and I can gain 2 lives, so I'm still alive so far. Hashtag not dead. Simic, Vesuva. Vesuva, Bojuku Bog. Bog you. Bounce Vesuva. This is my opponent's draw on Emul to 5, which is pretty absurd. Play Asusa. So that's 1, 2 blockers. This is gonna block here. This is gonna block here. Taking 3 so far. And I can copy Crossroads. Then bounce. And bounce this. And I guess I'm gonna copy Crossroads again. I could Pact for Strive Scout too if I wanted to have an extra chump blocker. It seems reasonable. The rare Pact for Scout. So now I'm not dead to Crip and Chill. Well, they don't have enough lands to... We're gonna get there this game. Are we gonna get there, really? It really feels like we got away with something. Opponent is scared. Why you so scared, opponent? Why you so scared? Holy crap, Amulet is great. I guess I just back them, right? Just not really, do not even slow roll them. Go get your green creature. Got him. Alright, against Dredge. We don't have a great sideboard against Dredge. Bring in the negates. Take out Ballista and Cavern of Souls, I guess. It's just our game 1 matchup is just pretty good, so we don't really need many cards against Dredge. Opponent moles. And I think we're gonna mole as well. If we were on the play, I would consider keeping, because we can Hive Mind on turn 4. Maybe this is worth keeping anyway, honestly. I guess I'm gonna keep. If my opponent misses a land drop, we just get to win. Though this hand is bad against the Ancient Grudge. GQ can be worse than Cavern, yeah. Or it can be better. Depends on how the matchup plays out. I could copy the Wooded Foothills. I don't think it's worth it, but it's kind of hilarious. I think my opponent's going to fetch for a green source here, so I'd rather copy the green source instead of the Wooded Foothills. There it is. Second Hive Mind, not great. Will confirm. And if my opponent has an explosive draw here, then we are probably dead. Particularly if it involves Loam. Yeah, okay, so it involves Loam. So Foothills times 2. Okay, so the Hive Mind kill is not gonna work, which is fine. Play Amulet. We're gonna Vesuva their Stomping Ground. And then we're gonna pass the turn. I get Loam. Please don't have a reunion. Please, no reunion. This smells like a flashback, like a play Loam on Meyer press Foothills. Yep, okay. So you're just gonna get a Meyer. They're gonna pass the turn. Okay, okay. Can we please ease it on the 6 drop? On the 6 drops, please. Yeah, a bit of imp there. No grudge, which is good for us, but they did hit like some Mebas, and they did hit stuff that that now they can flashback the Dredgers. Yeah, there's the grudge. Okay, so now we're in trouble. Thug and Loam, and they're gonna discard what? Imp and Thug. No amalgams and no ghasts, so that is something. Oh, yes, gas. So no amalgams. My bad. All right, any land, please. Okay, cool. So I guess my opponent doesn't have another green source. That is hilarious. Yeah, green. That's funny. That's actually very, very funny. What to do, what to do. So we just slam at prime time with haste and we bog plus crossroads, I guess. And we win. Unless things go in a way that I don't think it's possible for them to go. Yes. Boros Garrison, Slayer's Stronghold. Gonna haste, and we can even next turn transmute for Blue Pact. So we hive mind them. So we should be in a solid spot. Crossroads, Bog. Bog, yeah. Oh, yeah. I guess I could have transmitted for Pact here. Instead of getting Crossroads. I mean, it's not gonna matter. We just win here. Do you think Blast Zone could have a place in Amulet Titan? I'm not sure, but I'm definitely interested in trying it out. Let's put it under those terms. I am not sure that it's gonna be a staple, but it's worth my time to try to figure out. I don't think you can win, opponent. But yeah, as soon as it gets released, you are going to you're going to see me testing it. Don't worry about that. Opponent says GG's through the first game. I honestly don't know. Maybe they threw it away. Maybe they did throw it away. I don't remember. Stale moves, I think Scout is just better. And I think Explore is just better than that guy. So if we below the same turn and Blast Zone takes... Yeah, I don't think it takes... I mean, it takes the place of one EE. Like, I'm playing 3 EEs right now. And I think I would play, like, the one Blast Zone in the sideboard. It seems good against Death Shadow. Mostly because it plays around Stub, which EE does not. The sound is reasonable, I keep. So it's good against Shadow. And probably good against Boggles. Like, as if Boggles weren't already a close to unlosable matchup. That card is even better against Boggles because it gets around Stony Silence and Gadoptig, which are their only 2 outs to engineered explosives. So, yeah. I would expect that if that card does become a staple, I would expect that our Boggles matchup goes from like 80% to like 99% or something. Newland does his help Tron because Tron needed an EE. Maybe. I mean, Tron does have an EE in Oblivion Stone, right? But yeah, EE can get fetched by Titan too. It's just slower. You're playing against Shadow deck. If they have Thoughtseize, we're in trouble. If they don't have Thoughtseize, we're fine. Inquisition is fine, Thoughtseize is not. Oh, push? Push is also fine. They bubbled us. Fetching for basic Swamp is super weird to me. Daggers. I really don't like that you can explode it for zero. Where, I mean, that was probably on purpose, right? It would be pretty damn good if you could explode it for 0 as well. Just like token decks would be turned into completely unplayable. What's up, everybody from Caleb's stream? Thank you so much for the raid. How's everybody doing? We're playing some Primeval Titans against what looks like Abzan? Absent Traverse. Spicy. Real spice over there. Welcome, yeah. We stream a lot of Modern on this stream for you people who don't know me. My name is Francisco. We stream a lot of Amulet on this stream. We do some Legacy from time to time. We actually did Legacy yesterday. And I do enjoy Maverick in Legacy a lot. So that's usually what we play when we're doing Legacy. But yeah, we do a little bit of everything, but we do mostly those things. So yeah, if you enjoy the content, feel free to hit that follow button. I will greatly appreciate it. Finding Amulet here is not bad at all, actually. And I think I'm gonna play out the T-West because if I find, it might allow me to transmute down the road. And at this point, the best thing we can draw is probably Azusa, I think. That's brutal. That is just insane. Like, my opponent had literally everything. Push for my turn 1 play, into Inquisition for my Azusa, into Thoughtseize for my Primeval Titan, into Tarmogoyf, of course. 5/6. 5/6 Goifo. Yeah, so we're gonna play this right here. Red Mage Walking, thank you for the follow. We're gonna play this here, so next turn we can basically cross our fingers and we can play the bounce land so we can transmute for Titan. And then if my opponent doesn't have a discard spell, we can play it on the following turn. Not looking particularly great here, though. I wonder if they are playing, like... Okay. That's very, very scary. That's very, very scary. Huh. What can we do here? We can transmute for explosives and we can play that on 2, but we cannot crack it, so... Exposing it to Abrupt Decay doesn't seem like an amazing play for us. I think I am simply going to do the play that I just talked about a second ago, and I'm just going to transmute for Pact and hope that my opponent doesn't have yet another discard spell. But if we do make it to primetime mana, we should be able to stabilize. Hopefully. Knock on wood. Casual take 10. Don't have another discard spell, please. You gotta be kidding me. Yeah, I mean, we have to let this go. Because we cannot afford to pay for Pact, so we can't Pact. We need to just naturally top deck in prime time. My opponent's draw has been completely absurd. That is one of the most ridiculous Abzan draws I have ever seen. Whoa! That was... Wow. I'm impressed. We won Excavator, we won all of these guys. We can side out some of this, we can take out scouts. Whoops. Let's take out all 4 scouts. Relics are fine. I'm not a big fan of Ballista. Yeah, we can take out 1 Amulet maybe, though I'm not... It's okay, but I'm not particularly sold on it. My opponent will be bringing in Fulminator Mages for sure, so I don't really want to take out lands. I guess we can take out the single Amulet and 1 Ancient Steerings. I guess I'd rather have Steerings than the 3rd Explosives. this matchup. Do you take out scouts against Shadow? I think I take out 2. I don't remember what my sideboard plan looks like. With this specific list, but I think I take out a couple. Huh. Not an insane hand, but I think it's a keep. We get to gain some time with this Crossroads. The best thing that we can draw is an Azusa. If hopefully they have Inquisition here. Inquisition, please. Yes. All right. So that is good for us. Them whiffing right there is. That's a horrible draw though. I don't think I can play around Fulminator, so we are not going to. Hopefully they like Assassin Trophy Mycemic Growth or something. But yeah, we cannot beat Fulminator Mage, I don't think. Unless we top deck exactly Azusa this turn, we're going to die to Fulminator. So let's see what they got. Chameleon Colossus is very, very good in this matchup. It's not a card that you just like slam on turn 4 and hope you get there because of Liliana specifically. But if you like get to the mid game on a board, basically on an even board, the Colossus is very strong at taking. It very easily takes over. And I bring it in against this matchup because even though they're playing white, if they are on a Redux style of list, brutal. That is totally brutal. If they're on a Redux style of list, then they are not going to be playing Path anyway. Yeah, this Damping Sphere is very good here. My opponent gets to see the complete array of stuff that we got working for us. I really wish I had access to that other explosives now. That's a prime time. Are they on their surgical plan? Okay, green sources are good. I like green sources. I wish I would have drawn this card though, but green sources are good though. Play out Crossroads, I guess. So we're just trying to like gain time here and hope that my opponent doesn't have a Fulminator. If they do miss this next land drop, I think I'm going to slam the Colossus and hope it's good. I wish I had found the Kalni of that Ancient Steerings. That would have allowed me to play Colossus with Liliana protection. Do I slam it? If they have Lily, it's horrendous for me, but if they don't, then I put them on a 2-turn clock. Or I can Steerings. I think I slam. Oh, they have Path? Oh, this is great for us. This is awesome. They ramped us. Okay, sweet. That's awesome. That is probably like the best case scenario. That was like the best thing that could have happened for us there. They get to Inquisition my Steerings. That sucks, but it's still okay. They're still missing land drops, and this Damping Sphere is really messing with their development. I mean, we're just gonna get to naturally play out Hornet Queen next turn. So they'd better have another Thoughtseize or they're gonna die to the Queen. What are the matches that you would definitely board out Hive Minds any aggro decks? So I would definitely, not a bad draw at all. I would definitely board out Hive Mind against like most of the aggro decks. So that's the surgical for prime time, but that's fine. We still have the Queen and we still have Tracker to win, so we're gonna be okay. You board out the Hive Mind against the decks where it's not like an auto kill basically. So most of the green decks, Hive Mind is not gonna be able to kill because you are relying mostly on the green pact in order to enable the combo. So you know, against like something like this deck or against John, any kind of like BGX deck, you will board it out, especially because it's multiple moving pieces. Against Mardu, you can probably take it out as well. Against Mardu, it's not that clear. It's not that cut and dry because against Mardu, you were also talking about. I guess I play this out because I get to transmute next turn. Against Mardu, it enables you to like cheese a win even when your opponent like Blood Moons you and whatnot, but you still want to take it out because when you're talking about decks that are very disruptive with your hand, then it's very easy to get like to find yourself with like a high money play and no pact because your opponent has been like going after your hand very aggressively or stuff like that. So that's why usually high mind comes out in those matchups as well. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Keaton Wood. Oh, what's up, Keaton? How you doing, man? Yeah, I heard that you started streaming. That's awesome. Thank you for the host. Really appreciate it. Did you do some miracles today? What have you been up to? How about Hyman against Burn? Specifically, I take it out. No, I don't like Hyman against Burn. Not at all. Not at all. Grim Flayer. So I guess that's another card that can die to my explosives on 2. That's an Azusa. So the reason I'm thinking here it's because this Azusa can enable my tracker. I can use this to go transmute for tracker and then go off with it, kind of. Which is looking pretty enticing to me. I think it's not worth it though, so I think I'm just going to bounce here and transmute and not transmute for. I guess I can transmute for Explosive Zone 2. White, green. And I can crack here. Or I can simply wait. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think I'm gonna crack. My opponent still needs to beat this. Nah, I think I'm gonna crack. So crack here and play a Azusa and hold the land in hand. Hold the land in case I draw tracker. Ballista is out of the deck. Holy cow. Yeah, there's quite a bit of S McCarty. Oh, are you Scott McCarty? Hey. Oh, sweet. Awesome. Yeah, I've been streaming for a while now. Been streaming for a while. It's been fun. Sweet. So this is tracker right here. I guess we attack first. See what my opponent does. If they have push, I want them to like I'm not going to activate Sunhome. That's what I'm trying to say. If they want to take 5, they take 5. I'm not going to give them the option to take 1 less by responding to my activation with a push. If he didn't play the creature, would you still get the EE? No. If they didn't get the creature, I would have packed it for tracker. But I guess now we actually can do this. I actually rather them push this guy than my Asusa. And I'm doing this because I'd rather they push my token instead of pushing my tracker, which is what I'm going to pact for right now. So this is actually on purpose, and I'm purposely doing this knowing that my opponent can do exactly what they're about to do. Like, this was on purpose. This was not a mistake. Summon Respect for Tireless Tracker, play Tracker. Play this. Hope we draw into more lands. They just concede. Sweet. I guess you're late to the party. Yeah. You're fine. You're fine. Don't worry about it. Maybe Damping Sphere makes me want to have access to the 3rd explosives, actually. And Damping Sphere makes me very happy to be running the Coalition Relics. If my opponent's gonna be on the surgical plan, we can side out a Primeval Titan, which I'm not opposed to. You will see me like side out Primeval Titans more often than most people think I should. It's possible that it's wrong, but against like Meddling Mage decks and surgical decks, then giving yourself a diversity of threats to draw, it's pretty relevant. Yikes. This would be a snap keep if any of this were a non-bounce land. This deck is gross. Oh, shut up, man. This is a Titan stream right here. Yeah, we're gonna mulligan this, unfortunately. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna keep this one. But I mean, what do we bottom here? We bottom the relic. Buchukebok. Classic. Not a bad draw though. Like I was very hesitant about bottoming that relic, so that is not a bad draw. Flayer is here. Wow, that's a crazy interesting draw. Do we play around Maelstrom Pulse? I don't think we do. And if my opponent does have Fulminator, then this is way better for me. If they like, they can hopefully like fulminate my Boros Garrison, and then I get to like transmute or do my thing next turn. We could have space for Emrakul on this side. I don't think I will bring Emrakul against this style of deck. When their clock is like very relevant and they aggressively go after your lands, like my opponent has shown me that they are willing to do, then Emrakul doesn't. It's not that good. It basically is not that good when your opponent is like doing like fulminating you every turn. Foxybot123, thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. But yeah, if you want to play Emrakul, you can. I'm playing currently 3 engineered explosives in the sideboard. You can just take out one of these, or you can take out probably the tracker. But like against a green-black style of decks, tracker is better than Emrakul in my experience. Well, hopefully all of this tanking on my opponent's side means that they don't have the land for... They go after my land. Okay. I don't really mind that at all. Okay, so no miles from poles. That's good news. Definitely good news for us. I think I want to Coalition Relic here. And the reason I'm doing this is because if my opponent doesn't interact with my board, this Coalition Relic makes it so next turn my opponent is dead to a prime time. I mean, I guess they're not dead because my Boros Garrison is here, but they're gonna get attacked by a Primeval Titan. A very angry giant will be smashing their face. Do we play Emrakul versus Golgari? You know what? That's a really good question. I think I would not, because specifically Golgari, they are the ones that go after your lands the most aggressively with the 4 trophy, the 4 Field of Ruin, and 3, at least 3 or 4 Fulminators. I guess that it changes the amount of lists, change a little bit. So it really does a lot of stuff. Oh yeah, you're actually right. Yeah, I'm 1 mana short of this. Traverse with no... Okay. Oh, I guess they wanted to enable their Green Flayer. Kind of seems like a waste of a Traverse. Also, they didn't have a second basic forest because they probably would want a second basic forest over the basic swamp. Thoughtseize here. Liliana. Fulminator. Okay. Green. Guess we just play this. Path would be bad for us. Liliana would be bad for us. That's a Liliana. Yikes. So we take 6 down to 8. One, two, three, four, 5. It's no good. That one's no good. So they probably fulminate this in response. Yeah. Which slows down the clock, so there's that. Bounce here, transmute for Someone Respect. And we're gonna try to not play this out. I mean, we can't play that out, actually. So we're going to discard Crossroads, which is this is actually very costly, this card right here. We're just hoping that my opponent doesn't have a Thoughtseize / Inquisition, because I cannot pay for this fact, and if we do survive, my opponent has been they would have been able to Maelstrom Pulse the Amulet all of these turns, so I'm not going to assume that they have Maelstrom Pulse, but it's very likely for them to have stuff like they have the Discord spell. Well, sometimes you just have to lose. Sometimes your opponents just have everything. We still win if we top deck a Titan, though. Still winning if we top deck a Titan. So, cross our fingers. And drum roll. What do we get? Sad face. We are actually dead. Ooh, that's a good play for my opponent. Yeah, because they know about this. Yeah, this is a good play for my opponent. Heads up. Very heads up. Augustus SPQR, thank you for the 2-month subscription. Welcome back to the Primetime Stronghold. Thanks for using that Twitch Prime value. This is definitely a value channel. Give you some prime times. And yes, we are dead here. We are very ready, so I just conceded to my opponent. Well played on their side, though. Very well played on their side. We just basically never got off the ground. And my opponent had exactly the answer on the exact turn that they needed to have the answer. It was pretty brutal, but they played very well. Yeah, so that's gonna be 2 leagues for us. We 4-1 the first league, then we sadly 2-3 right there. We did hit some bad variants. We lost to humans where we didn't see a single Primeval Titan in like both games 2 and 3. We dug like 23 cards deep and we didn't see a single Primeval Titan. And then game 2 it was probably like 17, I think, but still we dug really deep and we never found the prime time. Then what was it against humans? I can't remember. It was fine overall. I don't like the 2-3, of course, but I think that the deck was still good. I don't think there's anything that I like to change. The list has felt pretty strong, and yeah, the deck just feels pretty good in the current format. I have not been running, like, we played it against Tron like 2 or 3 times and we beat them every time today. We have not been playing against as many cheese decks. We haven't played against Cheerios and stuff like that, and we haven't played against like the mono red stupid deck. So yeah, but the losses though, the losses have been to what happened, to what happened like right there. We just like don't find a prime time or are like 1 mana short of casting a prime time all the time basically. And Serum Visions helps a lot in that regard. So something that I might see myself thinking about would be cutting the Hive Minds and maybe 1 relic and play some number of Serum Visions. This cuts down our threat density a little bit, but it should make sure that we are more consistent. So we would basically be worse against Surgical and against like Armored Eagle and Meddling Mage. So we would be worse against those specific cards, but then I think we would be able to find our good cards, namely, well, be able to cast Primeval Titan in order to win the game much more often. Is it worth looking into Primal Command again? I honestly don't see a reason why. Like, I think I would rather have access to Serum Visions than Primal Command. The thing is that Primal Command kind of counts as a threat, even though, again, Primal Command is still pretty bad against the cards that I just named, Melee Mage, Surgical Extraction, and then more the Ego, because Primal Command goes and finds Prime Time, but if they like deal with your Prime Times, then you're just... I mean, Primal Command doesn't do anything, so... So it's basically whether we want to like use Primal Command as a way to find our prime times or use Serum Visions. I have liked Serum Visions. The problem with Serum Visions is how it forces you to like kind of warp your mana base a little bit. Because it forces us to like play some numbers of a card like Botanical Sanctum or Aether Hub or something like that. I have been liking Botanical Sanctum anyway as a card, so what we could do is maybe we could like cut a basic forest and... I don't know what utility line I would cut. Probably like maybe a Selesnya Sanctuary and play 2 Botanical Sanctums instead of these. I have been digging Ghost Quarter quite a bit. And maybe like a couple of Serum Visions here, or like 3 Serum Visions here. I don't like that Breeding Pool version sounds pretty terrible. Already Jake Haver said when he was streaming he already tried that and it was awful. Fetch Amulet is no good. I don't like that at all. Just like it's way harder on your mana base, on your life total, which is like one of your strongest points against aggro decks like burn and stuff, and it doesn't particularly help you at like, I guess it helps a little bit against Blood Moon, but I think Coalition Rake helps way more against Blood Moon than fetching for like with Misty Rainforest and whatnot. And even if you are using Misty Rainforest, I think that using the island is just like playing a basic island in your list is such a massive cost. Like it doesn't cast your Steerings, it doesn't cast your Rex Sage post board. It's a very very high cost, so I don't really like it. But yeah, I've been talking a lot in the past 4 hours, so that's gonna be it for me today. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Thanks for the raid and the host from Caleb and Keaton. Make sure you give them a follow as well. If you've been checking me out, you probably will enjoy both of their streams. So make sure to go check them out as well. If you haven't hit that follow button, make sure you do that. And if you want to help support the stream, you can subscribe, getting these beautiful emotes as well as access to my sideboard guide, of course. If you want to join the Amulet Discord, you can do it with that link. Yeah, Scott, no problem. It's fun. I will be back tomorrow, I think with more Amulet, maybe something else. I still haven't figured that out, but I will be back tomorrow for sure though. If you want to follow me on Twitter, you can do that on that link right there. And what am I missing here? Oh, YouTube. If you want to check out previous streams, you can go to my YouTube channel. I upload them there every day, usually the day after I stream, or maybe at night the day of the stream. Depends on how much time I have. And finally, if you want to make a donation to the stream, you can do it with that link over there, which is an amazing way to support me. And if you make any donation of $12 or more, which covers the entry fee of a league, I will be playing whichever 75 you want on stream. Granted, that I can get access to the cards for sure. But yeah, thanks everybody for the follows, subscriptions, etc. And real quick, let's go see who we can host or raid. Anybody that's playing Modern. Nassif is playing Amulet. Yeah, let's go raid Nassif. Nassif is great. I love me some yellow hat. Alright, see you everybody tomorrow. Alright, have an amazing rest of your day, and let's go check Nassif. Bye bye.